Maybe when there's no one left to haunt me. Sorry, I had to text somebody and it distracted me. Fuck. Oh, I need to loot all those ships, huh? Yeah. If they're even still there, I don't know. I wish the other guys would loot all that stuff. No, wait. I guess I got up because I'm trying to... Wait, what do you mean board? Oh, board. Yeah, undock, undock. See, see, I wasn't kidding. There was the postman again.
Donald Trump.
I like that movie, The Postman, but it keeps popping it every single time I pick any single YouTube video. It really thinks that I want to watch that movie again. Probably because I didn't watch the last, like, 50 seconds of it or whatever, the last bit of the credits. So it thinks that I want to finish it, and it just keeps popping it, so I'm going to have to tell it that I don't like the movie. That's how piece of shit lazy these cocksucker piece of shit lazy cocksucker piece of shit lazy software developers actually are. The looting sucks. You gotta fix it, you piece of shit developer. Suck my dick. Looting these spaceships takes longer than anything else in the game. Anything in the fucking game. For what? Looting some spaceships? Suck my dick, piece of shit Bethesda, loser, cocksucker, low IQ, lazy piece of shit developer. Wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Why should you take 25 minutes of my time to loot 15 ships? Why? Does it need to be 2 minutes between each one? Couldn't you just loot all, you fucking stupid piece of shit, cocksucker, fucking rude ass piece of shit, disregarding, rude piece of shit load, crude ass developer with no respect for other people's time? It's obvious it's a problem. You don't care that we lose, you know, hours and hours and hours, and we don't care if you lose your company. Feelings mutual. You don't think you might need an area loot? I swear to God, the modders have fixed it. The modders fixed this, and I need to go find it. The spaceship loot. I gotta go find the mod. I don't even know if it's achievement friendly, but we'll see. That's what's so wrong with these software developers. How really rude they're willing to be in terms of time sink. Their rudeness should be against the law. Should be against the law to force me to lose something for 45 fucking minutes like this. Against the fucking law. Yup, see you in jail, developer. I mean this too, the amount of time sink. I think if you were to show it in front of a fucking jury, they would demand jail time. They'd be like, how many millions of people are losing how much time? Oh my god, that's 50 billion hours a month or something that you steal. It's just trying to loot things, and it's like, yeah, that's who these developers actually are. They have no awareness of the tortious, negligent, like sheer amounts of man hours they steal. And I want them prosecuted over it. They charge so much money for this sort of thing. Now I gotta go buy another mod to go fix the fact that it takes 30 minutes to loot all these goddamn spaceships, moving the fastest as it possibly can. So dumb. Stupid piece of shit developer. You don't think you maybe should have thought about this when you were making the fucking game? How did it get past testing? How did it get past quality of life? It's because you ignored all that shit. I know you did. You stole the money. You stupid piece of shit cocksucker Bethesda developer. Fuck you. Fuck you, asshole. I'm gonna say fuck you, asshole, for every one of these piece of shit ships that you made me go get. Fuck you. The looting's the worst of your fucking jack-off problems. The looting is the worst of all your problems. That's how it is for EVE Online. That's how it is for this game. How is it that simple things like looting the corpses seem to escape your fucking reason, you low IQ, disrespectful, rude, piece of shit ass cocksucker, time sink fucking piece of shit thievery corporation developer? Fuck you, and I hope the lawyers do find out about it. I hope you do lose your company. Anybody could put this in front of a jury. It'd be like, look at how much time you steal from people. Anybody could. But you do it just completely unabashedly, totally unaware of how much damage you cause humanity. Worthless piece of fucking time sink, cocksucker shit. Fuck you. I shouldn't have to go pay a modder because you're incompetent, you fucking shitheads. What? It's true. I only said it because it's true. I don't care if it's angry. Don't care. It's the fucking truth. It's not okay. It doesn't make me okay to rage out like that, but it's still the goddamn truth. It's the toast-to-toast truth. I would testify in court, say the exact same goddamn thing right to a jury.
Trump just threw reporters.
It's tortious negligence and abuse of your customers' time. It's disgusting. It should be almost a jailable offense. It's disgusting. The amount of time their incompetence steals from people on the daily.
Out of the Mar-a-Lago.
You can't go live like this. You need to listen to your quality of life people. You need to listen to the fucking people who tell you can't go live like this. You can't go live like this. It shouldn't be legal. Why should somebody lose 35 minutes just because they had a space battle? just to loot the corpses. Why? At that point, I'm just gonna not loot the corpses anymore, you stupid piece of shit, cocksucker, brain dead, low IQ, fucking really rude, you rude ass piece of shit Bethesda developer. You're the fucking rudest developers I've ever come across. Worthless pieces of shit have no regard for mankind's time, interest, or money. Worthless piece of shit developers. I hope you do lose your company. As I buy your mods. I know you won't lose your company because I buy your mods to try to get around your fucking incompetence and your sheer negligence. Your fucking rude ass fucking, you know, inconsideration of our time. Fucking rude pieces of shit. Fucking rude. Anyways, 35 minutes later, after killing all those ships, I finally looted it all. Now we're here, you know? Jesus, man. I'm gonna get up, and I'm gonna sleep until the sun's good. Maybe we will listen about how Trump kicked all the media out of his Zelensky meeting.
Dining room during his meeting with President Zelensky. He said to the reporters, "You want some food?"
Remember how bad this went last time? He, like, him and Putin and Zelensky basically had like a knockdown, drag out match right there in the fucking Oval Office and stuff. Remember how much he jacked off? Remember the sheer amount of jack off the last time he met Zelensky? I do.
"You want some food?"
You want some food?
"Why don't you go take some food?" "Oh, or are you going to call it a bribe? Get out of here." While Donald Trump was flanked by Witkoff and Kushner and other Putin bootlickers, he threw the media out. And then thereafter, when he held a very short press conference with Zelensky, Donald Trump basically blamed Ukraine, the same as Russia, for the ongoing Russian invasion. Donald Trump also said that he would be giving Putin.
Dear Zelensky, dear Ukraine, I know you won't believe me.
At another call today, Trump and Putin coordinated and spoke together before this meeting at the Mar-a-Lago dining room with Zelensky, and Trump says, I'm going to give Putin another call. So let me just show you what went down here. This is where Donald Trump threw the reporters out of the Mar-a-Lago dining room. Also, what a sign of disrespect for Zelensky that Trump was holding this meeting in a dining room right now. Watch what took place as he throws the reporters out. Here, play this clip.
Are you okay? Is everyone fine? Margot, if you would. I think you...
Oh, God. It's like... oh, God. It's like when you go over to your friend's house when you're a child and you know your friend's father is a fucking prick. And he's holding, like, Thanksgiving dinner and he's lording it over people and he's carving that fucking, that drumstick and he's making sexist jokes and he's wasted on whiskey. And everybody sort of is disliking the way he's acting, but he's the paterfamilias, so you're just stuck with it. It's so shitty. I can't stand this sort of shit out of baby boomers. It's one of the reasons why I wouldn't go to any of their family dinners willingly or any of this stupid shit.
You could sit outside and have some food. Would you like to have food, or do you consider...
We'll sit you outside. Would you like some food? Or you like dogs that eat scraps? They're the media, you piece of shit. If they stop paying attention to you, you'll disappear. That's what happens. You're dumb. These are the only people that support you left, and you're throwing them out? You're so dumb. They live and breathe on your acceptance of them. They're the only people in the world who have to care about what you think. And you kick them out of this?
that a bribe? And
You ever consider how bad it might be if they all renege against you? No.
therefore you cannot write honestly, or therefore you have to write a bad story. Okay, because if you'd like, would you like something to eat?
What the
at this
fuck are
time?
you talking
Yes or no?
about,
You
you
can
low
speak.
IQ piece of shit
Yes,
retard?
okay.
Suck my
Margot,
dick.
take them outside. Tell
Suck
them
my dick, you
serve
fucking
them
piece of
little
shit.
lunch, okay?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
That should
Please leave the way
guarantee
you
good
came.
stories,
Thank
but
you,
it
press.
won't.
Thank you, guys. We're done.
They'll only get worse.
Camera.
So go out of their way to make them worse. She gave us a hamburger. We have to make them.
Then Donald Trump is asked about Russia's recent attacks on Kyiv, on civilian centers in Kyiv and throughout Ukraine, as a sign of further escalation. And Russia and Putin have significantly increased their bombings of civilian populations under Donald Trump. And Russia is out there saying it doesn't want peace. It wants total surrender through its special operation. It says these lands belong to us. We don't want a deal. That's what they've been saying publicly. I've been showing you clips of that. So Trump is asked about the recent attacks, and Trump goes, yeah, I think Ukraine is just as responsible. Seriously? Because Ukraine has been going after military infrastructure? I mean, again, in my opinion, this is just treasonous and traitorous stuff. But listen for yourself. Here, play this clip.
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks in the past couple of days that Russia has staged against Ukraine shows that President Putin isn't serious about this. What is your reaction to that?
No, he's very serious. I think, I can say that I believe Ukraine has made some very strong attacks also. And I don't say that negatively. I think you probably have to. I don't say that negatively. But I think, and he hasn't told me that, but there have been some explosions in various parts of Russia. And it looks to me like, I don't know, I don't think it came from the Congo. I don't think it came from the United States of America. It possibly came from Ukraine, but I haven't asked that question. Maybe I won't bother asking. You know, they're fighting a war, and we'll see what happens. But I believe it's a war that we have two willing parties, we have two willing countries. They want to see it end. The people of Ukraine want it to end, and the people of Russia want it to end, and the two leaders want it to end.
Then Donald Trump says that he's going to speak with Putin on the phone yet again after he meets with Zelensky. By the way, if you can see it, look at Donald Trump's hands. It's both of his hands right now that look discolored and have makeup on it. Maybe I'll do another video on that for tomorrow. But watch Donald Trump saying he's got to call Putin again. He spoke to Putin this morning. He put in a social media post, I just spoke with Putin. It was very productive. clearly getting his marching orders there. Here, play
Productive
this
for
clip.
what?
Meeting today, I think, and I'm also calling President Putin back after the meeting, and we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex, but not that complex.
Can you meet the New Year's Day deadline?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war ended. We don't have deadlines. You agree with that?
Then Donald Trump is asked, well, when do you expect there to be a deal? Do you have any expectations that there's going to be, you know, an agreement soon between Ukraine and Russia? After all, Donald, you said that there would be peace in 24 hours. That was one of your big promise to the voters. And Trump goes, I don't use deadlines. I've never said deadlines, okay? I'm not a deadline guy. Really? So as Hemant Mehta explains, wait, so all those 2-week plans, I'm getting you this in 2 weeks, so just more lies, more fraud? Of course, because that's what the Trump regime is built on. Here, play this clip.
And we'll continue a negotiation. Pretty complex, but not that complex.
Can you meet the New Year's Day deadline?
I don't have deadlines. You know what my deadline is? Getting the war.
I don't have deadlines because I don't work. He's never worked his entire life.
We don't have deadlines. You agree with that?
I have a deadline every day of my fucking life now for the last 4 years, which is publish the last day's video. I have more deadlines than this man has.
Now, one of the things to point out as well, that while Donald Trump was holding this bizarre meeting at the Mar-a-Lago dining room, there were dozens and dozens of pro-Ukraine supporters outside Mar-a-Lago with their Ukrainian flags.
We love
supporting
Ukraine!
Zelensky, supporting Ukraine, calling out Donald Trump for aiding and abetting the
Fucking war
massacre of
criminals like
children,
Putin.
women,
Yeah.
and innocent people in Ukraine.
Fucking
Just
asshole.
watch, just see what the scene looks like outside of Mar-a-Lago. Here, play this clip right here. And can I just show you a quick scene of what Kyiv looks like,
I'm
just
up.
so you can see for yourself?
I'm up like
as Russia has
$400,000 or something in half an hour, and I'm learning that until they block me with their terrible algorithms or whatever, I'll just take their money at the horse racing track. I don't know why, but I will. I'll just take their money, pretty much. I'm like winning every bet almost. I don't know if I'm totally winning every bet, but a lot of these I'm like winning. I just like memorized who wins, and now I'm winning. I mean, yeah.
Attacked the energy infrastructure and power infrastructure during the winter. You have people freezing in Kyiv right now. I just want you to watch this so you understand what's really happening here. Here's a video from Kyiv. Let's play it. So as Marco Milkinson explains, what Russia calls a peace process is in fact a special operation against all of the West. Russia's goal is not to end the war, but to force the United States and Europe to pressure Ukraine while Russia continues fighting and preparing for a new phase and dividing the United States away from Europe, which is essentially what's taking place. Ukraine, Canada, Europe as an alliance, Australia as well, and you have the U.S. acting like it's a neutral, and it shouldn't be neutral. It should be pro-Ukraine and pro-our allies, but really Trump being a Putin bootlicker. And we showed you this morning that when Zelensky arrived in Florida, Donald Trump did not have anybody greet him. It was just the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States who was there. Unlike when Donald Trump rolled out the red carpet for Putin and had the United States military get down on their knees and behave like dogs for Putin. One of the most disgraceful photos in history was that photo of the military rolling out the red carpet, getting on their knees. Here's what Jay in Kyiv writes: summary of today's Trump-Zelensky meeting, and I think that accurately sums it up right there. Donald Trump was also boasting during this bizarre press conference that he settled 8 wars. But this is the most difficult one, he says. This is the most difficult one. I thought it would be in the middle of the pack, he says. The middle of the pack? Who even talked the middle of the pack? You didn't solve 8 wars, first and foremost, and you promised you would end the war in 24 hours. Middle of the pack? This is how you're talking about lives of people getting killed in Ukraine? Here, play this clip.
Very important. There's nothing more important, my opinion. We settled 8 wars, and this is the most difficult one. I thought it would be in the middle of the pack. This is the most difficult one. But we're going to get it done. We're going to have a great meeting today. And this gentleman has worked very hard. And he's very brave, and his people are very brave.
Then a reporter asked Donald Trump a basic question. What kind of security guarantees and security agreements are you going to provide Ukraine? And Trump says, what a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. Then what are you doing? What is the goal of this? If no one knows what the security agreement's going, isn't that what are you even
Why
discussing?
were you meeting with him?
Isn't it to provide security guarantees and to
Will
this
he
is what I
show
mean.
up
They don't
next
speak.
time?
He just goes out there and says, we want a deal, but he just wants to give all of Eastern Ukraine to Russia is what's really going on. Here, play this clip right here.
You know what my deadline is? Getting the war in. You don't have deadlines. You agree with that? Well, it depends what the security agreement says. What a dumb question. Nobody even knows what the security agreement is going to say. But
He
there will
hates
be a
Trump so
security
much.
agreement. It'll be a strong agreement. And the European nations are very much involved in that. They'll be very much involved in protection, etc. But the European nations have been really great. They're very much in line with this meeting.
They've been doing great, have they?
They are all, they're terrific people. I think you can say that. There's nobody bad. They all want to get it done, and they've been very supportive, I think.
And then Trump thinks that if Ukraine becomes part of Russia, that this will be a great economic benefit to Ukraine. That's what Trump tries to, this is how he thinks he's going to shake Zelensky down. You want money? You want money, Zelensky, huh? Well, maybe you do this deal with Russia. And Zelensky's like, all Trump sees things is in a transactional sense, right? Money, 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 money. You just offer someone money. No, first off, Russia wants all of Ukraine and then wants Europe. He's a psychopathic dictator, genocidal authoritarian. That's what his goal is, to destroy everything. And you don't see that because, well, or you see it and you support him. Here's what Donald Trump says about the economic benefits. Here, play this clip.
We will speak about 20 points plan. In 20 points plan, 90% by the way was done by our 2 teams. I think they made a great job, great work, and yes, we will discuss these points also.
And there are great economic benefits for Ukraine also. As you know, there's a lot of rebuilding to do. There's a lot of wealth to be had. And they have great wealth. Potentially, they have great wealth. They want to get started. But there's a great economic benefit for Ukraine. And while we're talking
President Trump, some are saying that the recent attacks.
Now, one of the things that I had been reporting earlier as well is that one of the ways that Zelensky in Europe has been calling Donald Trump's bluff is by saying, okay, you want us to give up territories in eastern Ukraine? Let's put a public referendum out there and let the people of eastern Ukraine vote on it. But let's agree to a 60 and 90-day ceasefire first. Ukraine's always been agreeable to a ceasefire. Russia is not agreeable to a ceasefire. And that's really pissed off Trump and Putin because they're really called out if they're like, we don't support that. They don't support that because Putin wants to conquer Ukraine. So Putin will always change the goalposts because it's all about working with Trump to try to figure out a way of surrender. So that's what happened at today's meeting. Let me know what you think and hit subscribe and let's get to 6 million. And thank you for watching.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content.
Here I am losing another 10 minutes looting ships again. Just like EVE Online. Piece of shit cocksucker developer. Thanks for stealing my time, asshole. Same as CCP. Way to make looting the most terrible it's ever been in any game, I think. Without the modders, you'd be dead. Your company would be gone. I don't want to see this Bushido Master thing. I don't recommend this channel. I'm not interested. Get rid of it. There's more. Oh no. God damn it, looting is so annoying. I hate your looting. Hello? Okay. Okay, I will come now, but I need to scoop the box before I take the trash out, so can you give me like... Okay, I'll be up there in about 10. It's 6:30 if that's alright. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you for dinner. No problem. No problem. I'm glad to help you. Okay, bye-bye. Where are we going? No. Okay, guys, I've got to go to family dinner now, but I've got to scoop the litter box first, so I'm gonna like load a video.
In 1980, Miami truly was Vice City. It was the country's murder capital, drug smuggling capital, and refugee capital.
It was real rough up here at one time. I had to go to the house about 5 o'clock because they started shooting at 6.
But what's it like today?
We're not used to seeing light-skinned brothers like you walking around here like that.
The change has been tremendous, man, and it's gotten better all over.
Yeah, I've been shot, I've been stabbed.
If they want to be like gangbangers, I say, stay out the street, just play some football.
Get the fuck off the road. Go over there where the motherfucking Cubans at.
We went to Liberty City, its most dangerous neighborhood, to find out, and ended up in the projects where they shot the movie Moonlight, which are now abandoned. Come with us to Miami's hoods. Before getting to Liberty City, our first stop was Little Haiti. Little Haiti is located right next door to Liberty City and is also one of Miami's poorest and most dangerous neighborhoods. Though, like the rest of Miami, it's rapidly gentrifying.
Yeah, Me from Haiti.
Do you like it here?
Miami?
Yes.
I like it, my country.
You like? What's your country, Haiti or the U.S.?
Haiti.
Haiti?
Yes. Haiti, I like it, Miami.
You like Miami too? Yeah. Roughly half of America's Haitians live in Florida. Do you like it here?
Yeah. I love it here. This is where I grew up and this is where my kids grew up.
They first arrived in Miami on boats in the 1970s. And at one point, there were so many Haitians coming over that the government set up a refugee camp on Guantanamo.
My country is rich, man. You see Clinton?
Yeah.
The earthquake, he take everything. He made me know my country just like this. Gold, diamond, my country is rich. US take, Canadian take, French take.
We left Little Haiti and continued driving into the historic Liberty City, where our interview attempts got off to a rough start. Hey, we're making a YouTube video, getting on where Moonlight was filmed.
How? Somebody just got killed over here. How?
We go all around the country.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. Go over there where the motherfucking Cubans at. They got houses and boats and cars. And you know where you at? You know where you at? You know where you at?
Liberty City?
Come here, boy. I'm gonna tell you what the white man tells us.
Okay.
You know where you at?
All right, so I just went up to that group on the corner in front of the store, and they were not happy.
Hey man, start recording.
But then we started talking to more residents and quickly realized there was another side to Miami's most dangerous neighborhood. What's your name?
Every. Man, I'm an old man, dude. 68 years old.
How long have you lived in Liberty City?
All my life.
How has it changed in your life?
Massively. It was real rough up here at one time. It was one time you had to go to the house about 5 o'clock because they started shooting at 6. Shooting.
It looks like they're adding some new buildings there. Are they gentrifying this neighborhood, and do you think that's like a good or a bad thing?
Yeah, we all are. I'm doing that. My partner's hotel.
Hotel?
Yeah. 17 rooms. I don't rent them out as hotels because a lot of people are here on low income. So I rent them out as apartments to them.
How much a month?
600. You cannot walk down this street.
This street would have been that dangerous.
It's like New York. Hey, what's up? Everybody know me.
What's up?
You got to slow it down?
Yeah.
But I thought you was buying drugs.
Like, what were the peak cocaine days like in Miami?
It was wild. They be running to you, man, give me a dime. Give me $1. You got 50 cents. Because everybody was on drugs and the drugs was running everybody crazy.
Did you ever get into drugs or did you always stay clean?
No, I was a hard worker. And after I got through working, I saved my money. And I bought that building. I got like others around me. So
that's inspiring.
And I try to inspire my friends around me.
Yeah.
Now, you can make it without drugs. You can make it without killing and robbing.
Yeah.
Just got to believe in yourself and go to church every Sunday. And don't be scared to pray to God because the law is real.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't believe in God. I was one of the ones in my young days didn't believe in God.
What made you believe in God?
The guys was robbing, and I was running from them. And they started shooting. You know, from running, I couldn't tell I was hurting. And I thought those was bullets inside me. When I finally got clear, I didn't have a bullet in me.
Miami has, as Big E told us, become drastically safer in the last few decades. In fact, it's been one of the most amazing city turnaround stories in American history.
This is the problem. It's a lot of narcotics.
Drive through certain sections of South Florida and you will find people willing to sell you drugs. Heroin, cocaine, and the most popular these days, crack cocaine. You don't even have to get out of your car.
Today, it's arguably the most thriving American city and has a murder rate that's 1/5 of Chicago's and DC's today. And more importantly, 1/12 of what it was in the 1980s during its cocaine cowboy days as depicted in Miami Vice and Scarface.
Say hello to my little friend.
Now it's much safer, though still far from perfect.
You in the heart of Dade County, Liberty City, right here.
Yeah.
Ain't nowhere good to stay down here. If you're not looking for trouble, or you're not looking for nobody to mess with you, this is the wrong place to stay.
Yeah.
I'm actually a local artist from here too. You want to hear something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Joe, this is his music.
What city you from? They call me Deposit.
They call you what?
Deposit.
Deposit? Why deposit?
Deposit check. You gotta be cautious. Everybody out to get some money somewhere. Somehow. A lot of people on the street.
Has this neighborhood gotten better in your life?
Oh yeah. I say when I was a jit or when I was a little younger, you know, it was a little rougher than.
What was that word, a jit?
That's it. Hey, you know, that's a Miami word we call young kids or somebody younger than you.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
I do construction. I don't feel like looking over my shoulder selling dope just to get the money.
What time does it get dicey around here?
What is dicey? What that mean?
Dicey.
I never heard that. Wow.
Now I'm giving you white slang.
What is that?
I'm giving you white slang. Dicey is like a little dangerous.
Oh, okay. So we're not used to seeing light-skinned brothers like you walking around here like that. So you see what I did? As soon as I pulled up, I went slow, like what's going on? At nighttime, when the sun go down,
they'll think we're cops.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
But when I was younger though,
yeah,
I almost died a few times.
Really?
Yeah, I've been shot, I've been stabbed, I've been jumped, I've been shot at multiple times. Like, yo.
You've been shot?
Yeah.
Holy
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
How did that like change your life outlook?
A lot of things change your life, but being shot and stabbed ain't one of them.
Really?
That's what people go through down here sometimes, most of the time. It changed my outlook on things as I got older when I got kids. And I had kids to look after, you know, stuff like that.
Okay, so I'm going to pause this here, guys. I'll be back here in like an hour or so after. Okay. Hi, guys. What's up? Going back live, I'm going to play some video games and stuff. I've had some wine and a real good dinner. And now I'm back to do things. And I have made some money and I'm waiting. And yep, looks good to me. We are joining GTA Online and GeForce Now. I'm going to make sure that I'm not muted or anything weird. Yep, good. And then let's do, since I've been drinking, I will play some multiplayer. Probably Overwatch 2. Oh no, you are driving me into this thing, are you? Yep, you are. So let me have this. I don't want you driving me into this. Back up. Oops.
Hey. You take care.
off my shoulder. And oh no, there we go. Okay, it is Sunday night at 7:50, I believe. Oh, did you take me somewhere else really bad or whatever? I don't know. Let's see. Talk, perceive current orders, and let's see what you do. Oh, you already did autosave, so I will go in and I will play unranked quick play healer. I will load some check. Way to tank, piece of shit. Way to heal. kill the tank.
BRB. What? Please kill him!
What? I threw the ball! Kill him. Let me kill them all. I threw the ball, you jacked me! Come on, you jacked me, you piece of shit. You jacked just me, come on. There it is, fucking kill him. Oh my god! What was this? What? Fucking waste your backline, bitch. I absolutely am. Oh my god, fucking do something. Ugh. Get a kill, somebody. Oh, fine, I'll do it. Fuck! Oh yeah! Go Kaiser. Oh, come on! Fuck! Go, Flower! Yeah! What? Whoa. What? 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 So on my screen, I died instantly. So on your screen, you shot me 5 times. On my screen, I died from underneath 0 to 1. I'm gonna leave this game because of that. What? this. They can chase me if they want. Fuck that. Oh, fuck this. Oh, you're not getting it, motherfucker. Oh. Nope. What? No kills for so long. Oh. Imagine DPS to go goddamn 5 minutes a kill. Because that's what these guys are at. They are. They're like... Yeah, it is like 5 minutes a kill. It's like 3 minutes and 40 seconds a kill. Every 3 minutes and 40 seconds a kill. Seven kills, motherfucker, per 25 minutes. Do the math. That's 3 minutes every 3 minutes and 40 seconds. You got to kill. Piece of shit. Go play Tetris. Go play Tetris at that point. Piece of shit, cocksucker, loser, DPS. Get the fuck out of quick play even. That's three. If you're getting 1 kill every 3 minutes and 40 seconds, you should probably just gonna leave it there. Shooters aren't your thing. I would go back to trying to play Half-Life 1. You might be able to get through the first level. You know, maybe a head crab. You might be able to kill a head crab if you're getting 1 kill per 3 minutes and 40 seconds as a DPS in Overwatch. Maybe you can kill a head crab. Go back to Half-Life 1. Maybe you can kill a head crab. Shooters aren't your thing. Stay out. This scrub ass DPS, I'm gonna have to fucking carry him home. Fuck, fine, I'll carry him, it's fine. What was that? You made me want to tank? Get kills. It's been 10 minutes. 0 kill for 10. for a really long time. Trees and stuns and bullshit. What the fuck was this? Fucking tree came up between me and them. Get on point. What are you doing? Get on point. Do something, you idiots. Kill someone. Gonna get a kill, or... I tried so hard to see if they would get there. Can you get to the point? You can't. You can't even get to the point, can you? Nope. Please get a kill. Please get a kill. Oh god. You rolled me out! Why? That might have cost me the game, piece of shit developer! Oh, get on point. Nope. Please. Ah, damn it. Damn point. Don't do anything, you fucking ult to me. Ugh. Get on him. Please, 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 please. There we go. That's a minute. Oh god. Please kill. Kill him. Please do something. No. Did we all die? We did. We died and we lost. Oh god. It's up to me. Oh god, please me. Nope. Oh, I gotta remember to report that, or no, I'm sorry, avoid that guy. Hold on. Let's go avoid that guy. That guy was named... Last match was, yeah, that guy. Was it him? Yeah, it was him. Yes, so, or no, it's the Echo Mercy. No, it's Tamal Demal. I want to avoid his teammate and block. Smurfs suck dick. I don't ever want to be around them. Pieces of shit ruin gaming. Big fat dicks and their piece of shit Smurf mouths. something. Anybody. Ugh.
What?
Well, the button worked. Couldn't do it all. Ooh, one kill. I'll get off this game now. No, I won't leave him. Fuck it. Oh my god. What? you let the tank get back because you suck dick. Can't do it now. Nice.
But when I was younger, I ain't really had nothing to look up, look up to.
Is football the #1 sport here?
#1 sport.
Yeah.
#1 sport.
We couldn't do these interviews and not talk about South Florida football. South Florida football beats any other region in the country. 4 of the top 25 high schools in the country right now all play within 20 miles of this street. And that includes Miami Northwestern, where Deposit's kid is about to play.
So how old are you? 14. What are you looking forward to in high school? Getting A's and B's and playing football.
But sport, they like to play football. I don't know. I think kids grow up angry down here.
I heard something about Teddy Bridgewater. Was he a coach around here? Yeah, he was our varsity coach. Jason submitted him because he spent $50,000 of his own money to, for Uber rides and their food and stuff. Yeah. He didn't want them to walk home at night because Miami Northwestern's in a bad neighborhood. Yeah. And he didn't want them to walk home in the dark and something happened to them, so he gave them Uber rides and stuff.
In addition to Teddy Bridgewater, Liberty City has produced Amari Cooper, Antonio Brown, Chad Johnson, T.Y. Hilton, and Devontae Freeman.
The kids your age, how do they spend their free time? We got some athletes, we got some people that's really, they want to be gangbangers, I say. I say, stay out the street, just play some football. The streets ain't really nothing good for you. Either dead, jail, or just a free man. I just want to be an athlete. I don't like the streets. That's your goal, athlete? Just to be an athlete. What position? I play receiver and DB. Receiver, DB? Mm-hmm. Sometimes it feel like sports are the only way out of here, or are there other ways to make it? There's definitely other ways, but everybody not gonna make it in sports, so you got you got a lot of other ways to make it. You got rapping. You got find a good job. Find a good job. Truck driving. That's realistic. Truck driving. It's all a good ways to make money and do whatever you want in life. Yeah. So football is the plan A. Have you thought about plan B yet, or not really? Plan B is a firefighter. I want to be a firefighter. Football don't work out. And you want to stay around this area, you think? Or do you want to move somewhere? Me, I want to move to Ohio. I want to see Ohio. I've never been to Ohio.
Across the street from Deposit, we heard a deeply inspiring story that sort of captured the spirit of the neighborhood.
This is something that I bought years ago. It's a 1984 Cutlass. And I keep the service. I love old cars. The change has been tremendous, man, and it's gotten better all over. This area used to be pretty tough, but right now it's really nice. Like I said, there's a lot of older people here. Yeah. And the demographic is changing. How? Different races in the area, which is good. A lot of Spanish people. I got a Spanish neighbor here. We get along well. People really need to work, man. Yeah. People need to work and pay taxes so one day they'll have something to look forward to. Yeah. But if you don't put in the community, you get nothing out.
We talked to one guy who earlier said, you're like, what do people do around here? And he said a lot of them just get, the younger people get welfare. You don't think that's the way to do it?
I don't think that's the way to do it because I never done that. You know, my parents raised me, I'm from Northern Florida. I worked on the farm. So my mother had 11 kids. We all had to work, and she did well with the 11 kids. But now we need to learn to manage. People don't manage. If I didn't manage it, I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in. I had to manage my life. So I worked on the farm, I did tobacco, I picked beans, tomatoes, hunted tobacco in the barn, and I worked all my life.
It's amazing.
And I think it's a great thing. It leads you in the right direction. You don't look for handout. You're motivated to go out and do some things because nobody's gonna knock on your door and say, I got a job for you. Yeah. You have to be willing to go out and do it. And, you know, my mother always, you know, I really want to make my mother happy before she passed away in 2018, and I did. She would always tell us, sitting on a long porch, go to work, go to school. So it really motivated me, and I wanted to make her happy because she was a lovely mother to take care of 11 kids. We ate every day. We went to school with a lunch, and we came home. She was getting dinner ready. We had chores to do. Every Saturday morning, we would have to get up and mop the floors. We had to work. We learned economics that way. But nowadays, the people don't raise the kids. They don't manage. I don't have manage the kids because you got young women that don't understand what raising the child is about. My mother raised us, and I had to take care of my sisters and brothers. I learned how to change diapers, not Pampers, diapers. I learned how to wash clothes. My mother said, look, you stand up and you watching me, because she said, you know what, when you get on your own, women are not gonna do what you think. So you gotta learn how to wash, you learn how to iron. She said, always walk out of the door neat, because you never know who you're gonna meet. She said, go to school, get an education. So when I first got here in 1978, I went to Miami-Dade, no, 2-year college, but I finished a year and a half. And then I went to St. Thomas University, and I received my bachelor's degree in arts. 2 years and a 4 year, 3.5 years I got 2 degrees. I always wanted to be a manager. I used to be in my mirror at my house, putting on the top plane in the room. Finally, when I did get out and start working, I worked for waste management for 25 years. So I've been in the garbage industry all my life, and I just retired about 3 years ago. I remember my teachers always say, you're gonna grow up and be a garbage man. I'm glad I did, because I made more money than they made. It's a lot of money in the industry, in garbage industry, right? It's a lot of money. So that's why I was able to make it and pay for everything I had. I have a lovely wife, she works. She's still working out, she's younger than me. So, you know, I'm home, I exercise, I go walking, I travel, and I live my life now. But I never thought I would get this far. But with God, you can get anywhere.
Dicey, bro.
That was hilarious.
Bro didn't know jit, bro. Looking.
I've heard that shit. I needed a definition. I needed the Merriam-Webster definition. But I'll tell you what, saying dicey was hilarious. When do things get dicey here? Our final stop was the infamous Pork and Beans Project, which is a microcosm of how Liberty City has evolved. Here is the oldest public housing project in the South for black people. It's called Pork and Beans because of the colors of the doors. They look like pork and beans. And right now they're demolishing it. Everything's shuttered. Everyone was moved out. The people in good standing were moved into other government-funded housing, but now it's basically slated for destruction. They're building newer and nicer buildings, and it's a historic neighborhood. It used to be one of the poorest in the country, and this is where the director of Moonlight lived.
Oh, yeah, she fine as hell. Hey, night, little. See you guys later.
But today they're tearing Pork and Beans down and moving residents elsewhere. This move has enraged many and became the subject of a recent documentary called Raising Liberty Square.
This is our community. Why are you planning it for us?
A recent PBS documentary, Raising Liberty City, featured their frustrations, along with how sea level rise and gentrification led to the heart of Liberty City getting a major transplant.
Liberty Square, by the way, is how Liberty City got its name. Most of the residents aren't Haitian and certainly not Cubans. They're African Americans. It was on a street corner between Pork and Beans and the new housing project that we heard a fascinating debate about how Miami's changed from two Miami natives.
We lived in the Pork and Beans years ago when I was a little girl.
What was it like then?
It was nice.
Yeah. Is part of you sad that they're getting rid of where you lived as a little girl?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm glad they improving, you know, the community.
What was that?
All said and done, 5 years from now, all this gonna be Spanish.
Spanish?
It's gonna be Spanish. Who said it's gonna be Spanish?
All you gotta do is watch.
What? It gonna
Pork and Beans being red line.
It gonna be mixed.
Yeah.
Slowly moving everybody out. They got the money off the black people, then they make it hard for them. Can't smoke in your house, you can't do this. And then next thing you look around, people that just came here, they getting all the support, all the cushion, they getting moved right in. Emergency housing, when black people can't get it and they putting them out. Around, it's more Spanish people in here than it is black. All these houses been sold to Spanish people around here.
How do you feel about that?
It don't matter how I feel. What matters is what's happening and what are white people gonna do about it. Black people complaining about it and this and all that. That don't change nothing. It's politics.
What do you want the white people to do about it?
Be responsible. If you see something wrong in humanity, stop turning your head and stop telling black people, oh, slavery over, forget about it, do something about yourself, grab yourself by your bootstraps, tighten up your boots, and do something. But you got 1,000 roadblocks in front of you. Black people don't bring big freighter loads of cocaine over here. You never heard of when Reagan put all the cracking in the community? We just a product of what the government do. Ain't no dope coming through here without them.
But yet, you know, they the one who want to sell it to get money. You understand what I'm saying? So
we ain't bringing no boatloads of dope over here, man. That's not controlled by us. That's controlled by them. We just here to fill up the prison.
What do you think of that?
What you think about that? What you think about the government renting out private prisoners to corporations? We 10% of the population, while we 80% of the prison.
What about when people say black people commit half the murders?
Black people ain't running up in schools shooting up people.
Yeah.
No, black people didn't kill all the buffalo in the United States. Black people ain't throw bodies over walls and castles to get people to play.
So it's gonna look like what's above the fence over there.
Yes.
And then it's gonna look like that.
But
I can't believe I'm alive. I don't know how
She
I'm
thinks
alive,
it's good
I'm
because
alive.
it's gonna be nicer. Yeah. And then your point is they're moving out a lot of black people, and it'll be Spanish people.
I want it to be good. I'm not religious. I'm not hopeful. I'm a realist. Let's stop just looking and let's do something.
Yeah.
It's called Unite.
While some details can be debated, what is clear is that Miami's turnaround since 1980 is nothing short of a miracle. And even in its most dangerous neighborhood, you can feel a warm sense of hope. We've documented many places in the country that have declined since the 1980s, but that's not the case in Miami. All right, this is the last video from our South Florida series. Our goal coming here is to capture Florida, especially the parts that don't get as much attention. Central Florida, the Everglades, and the hoods of Miami. So thank you so much for watching. We also, of course, went to Palm Beach because wealth is a big part of this country. We capture it in different places. We can't wait for our next trip. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe if you support our mission of going out there and capturing places without bias or fear as they are. That's what the media doesn't do. They love to stay in their air-conditioned offices behind their laptops, never actually engaging with the country and the issues that are most important and affect average Americans' lives. So we love going out there. Thank you for joining us. Please subscribe. Have a good one. Go Northwestern Bulls. Thank you.
Okay, I'm still in it. I don't know how, but I'm in it. I saw his ass too. I saw him. Thank you. Thank you. Oh no, oh no, there's some dude here. Keep going, keep going. I'm just passing through, I don't want none. Oh god, put this away, put this away, put it away. Fucking annoying. Thank you. Oh, no, I probably can't. I probably can't. Zoinks! Oh, Zoinks! He stole my mystery machine, Scoob! He pwned my nerd ass! He pwned me! Oh, Zoinks! He stole my mystery machine! I can't believe I'm still in this, bitch. I'm still in this. 7 down, 10 up, 2 watching. Fucking annoying. Yeah! Oh! Come on, motherfucker, go, go, go! Come on, motherfucker, go. Yeah! What? Is this gonna end here? Yeah, this ends here. What am I gonna do? Oh, is it a chest? Okay. This thing, what is this thing? Nice, that's actually what it is. Ooh, nice, yeah, okay, what is it? It's, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll take that, yeah. Take that over that. Man, this car's like out of gas. I don't know. Where's the triangle? I better get up north, huh? With whatever gas I have left, yeah. There, that bush is good. Or like a bush, yeah, bush would be good. No gas here. That's okay. This is doing pretty good. Alright. I'm on the triangle. I'm pushing up like a little bit. I don't have any mobility, which isn't too good, but we're still doing pretty good. Okay, 7 down, 6 up. Wish me luck. Dude, shut up. This is ass again. Oh, 93, bitch! Show your face again. I dare you. Should have been a headshot. Should have killed him. Should have killed him. It's a sniper hit. Dick. $93. 186. Thank you. Thank you. I want to go get his shit. Can I get his shit? Probably not without him dying. No, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Let's just go get his shit. Yeah, I'll probably go get shit. Go get his shit. Who's left? It's 8 down, 3 up. This is a... What is this? It's a 6-shooter. Okay. Well, I want his crown, but that's probably, like, maybe a bad idea, but I don't care. I've got to move anyways. I don't see anybody, so... There's 5 people watching me, and I don't know why. Ugh. I'm trying to get there, motherfucker. Give me mobility. Give me mobility. Give me mobility. Good. Yep. I'll take that. Yes, please. And then, 7 shots. I don't know. I'd probably take that over that. And, yeah, that over that. And this over that. And that over this. Yep. And, yeah, cool. And, 19 seconds. I don't see anybody with that, which isn't good, but got cover now. Where is everybody? Where is everybody in this stupid ass match? Where are they? I should have kept the sniper rifle, but 5 rounds maybe wasn't so good. Who's this guy? I thought I heard him. There's no way he's right there. Where is this guy? Now I can move this way towards that bush. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to use this like many more times. I'm just gonna use it now. Fuck these guys. Boing, boing. Are you here? Nope. Okay. Works for me. And now I've got like 2 left and 15 seconds to go. 8 down. This is an arc lightning gun. It's no good unless I shoot them first. Oh, there's somebody. Show your face, bitch. I want to win. I want to win. You can heal all you want, bitch. This pussy. Where are you, bitch? Where are you? chocolate. Good round. First try, baby. First try. Been about a week. To pee so bad, I'm so drunk. I'm sorry, I had like 2 glasses of wine or something. I had to pee so bad. Much better. Now, I want some cold water. Yep. Seems good to me. Seems good to me. So, I think I'll stop on a win. I already had a crown when I took the win, so I have 2 crowns, bitch. The crown I had when I won and the crown I got now. 2 crowns for the price of 1, baby. 2 wins for the price of 1. Now, goodbye. I'll take my win and leave for free. For free, Epic. For free. I'll spend money on your store, but I will not buy skins. Epic isn't dumb. They know. They know. Oh, yeah, that was a good... Oh, yeah, nothing like a win for the old ego. The old ego. Old ego. It's, oh, yeah, feels so good. Feels so good. Shall we play some Starfield? I think I'm going to tune it on down and play some Starfield, I believe. Yeah, and we'll watch something. And I'll have a bite of chocolate. Chocolate. Huh.
This is a Fox News fake news alert!
Totally fake news today, as the president did not have sex with the vice president.
Yeah, the South Park season may officially be over, but the show continues to be a gift that keeps on giving. Because one of the show's former writers made good on his promise to redesign the Trump Kennedy Center website, and I'd like to show you it right now. Now, you may remember I made a video about this last week, so let's quickly go through some of the backstory.
That was enough for me.
The entire video relies on these guys just like sussing people out and then them turning around and being like, yeah, I don't want to talk to you. You have a camera crew and a bunch of ICE agent looking motherfuckers and you're recording everything in a healthcare facility. I don't want to talk to you. That's it. That's
How did I stay in that match? I don't know. With 8 kills too. I was like, what? What? Thank God I kept the gold pistol, or I wouldn't have been able to single target him probably before he just did the 2 shots to kill me or whatever. I've noticed that I hit my targets 85 times. They only hit me twice or whatever. It's so annoying. So it's like before he hit his second shot, I just killed him with the gold pistol. It's funny. But it was a good shot. I mean, I got a good shot on him for the end, you know. Play some Grand Theft Auto. Some Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, like, that's the only piece of evidence that they've shown so far.
Yeah, fuck the right wing. They backed a child molester. Oh no, the right wing is all child molesters. Oh no, oh no. What do we do now? It's mutual pedophilic destruction now. No more nuclear bombs, just, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's.
I wonder why people were sussed out, brother. He's got 2 motherfuckers in balaclavas.
Honestly.
And the random old creepy guy everywhere he's going.
Yeah, they just accuse each other of child molestation. That's a lot better than nukes. I would rather they just accuse each other of child molestation. That's way, way better. I think all politicians will do this. I think they'll just change regime and accuse each other of stuff and try to do, you know, prefer, you know, like mutual pedophilic destruction. But I mean, you know, but as long as they keep it below nuclear levels, I'm not saying child sex is good. I'm saying let's hope that they just keep to this, you know, and they don't drop, like, you know, bombs or anything, you know.
Demanding.
That's usually what they do.
Show me the fucking kids.
Oh my God. Show me the fucking kids. I'm saying.
Well, let's do this Somali thing, because it's massive news. JD Vance tweeted about it, said this dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 2024 Pulitzer Prize centers. It's Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is another one of these like Tyler Oliveira style individuals, and I think they are low-key getting dumber and dumber.
Yep.
If we're being real, I feel like they have gotten. Like, and by dumber, I don't mean like, oh, their arguments are getting dumber. Like, the arguments are always dumb, okay? But, like, Nick Shirley is objectively not a very smart person. Like, you can hear it when he tries to speak, for example. Like, he is not the most intelligent person, but it's once again a testament to how little intellect you actually need to do right-wing propaganda, and he is one of those guys that I've kind of felt bad dunking on, because it kind of feels like I'm making fun of someone with a significant intellectual disability in the past. Like, I've literally caught myself being like, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this because it feels kind of tough. But I mean, he is seemingly having a lot of impact.
Water.
But there is an entire like right-wing
chocolate
content ecosystem now that tries to do like Channel 5 style coverage, but without any of the politics, regardless of what you may think about you know, Andrew or whatnot. But they're basically a lot of these channels that start off as doing like Mr. Beast style content. A lot of these channels that start off doing like Mr. Beast style content, then over the past couple of years have kind of made a pivot to right-wing investigations, and their Tyler Hitler Vera obviously was the OG pivoter, and there are definitely a lot of people that are doing that as well. I get it, right-wings are latching onto it, so you reflexively have to defend it. No, there is no. I want to make something very clear before we get started on this journey. There is fraud taking place in Minnesota, okay? There have been investigations conducted into fraud, welfare fraud specifically, taking place in Minnesota. I've covered it already in Minneapolis, okay? Yes, this is true. There's also been a lot of news coverage around the fraud that has taken place in Minneapolis, Minnesota, just like there's welfare fraud taking place everywhere else. I'm in favor of prosecuting everyone that does it, regardless of what their background is. There is no, oh wait, but they're Somali Americans, so we shouldn't prosecute them. That's not how I play this game, okay? It's ridiculous. However, the actual inconsistent standard that is being placed here is not on the left, even though right-wingers try to claim that it's actually the left that is doing this. Right-wingers claim that it is actually leftists and liberals, libtards specifically, that say, oh, if it's a Somali person doing fraud, then you should let them go. Okay? This is not true. It's actually the right. It is actually the right that does this. The right says, if a Somali person is committing fraud, then all Somalis are at fault. We should only focus on the Somalis doing fraud, and we should deport them. We should denaturalize them. Do not look at the white people that are committing fraud. Do not look at the legacy Americans that are committing fraud. Do not look at the, pandemic business loans, the PPP loan fraud that took place. Do not look at Brett Favre and all these other people who will never see the inside of a prison cell.
Brett Favre. One word. It's so fun. Scandal. Brett Favre and Feds crosshairs after ex-miss. Welfare agency head's guilty plea. New details in welfare scandal involving former NFL QB Brett Favre. Well, that's no good.
New details now surrounding accusations that retired NFL quarterback Brett Favre used welfare funds to help build a new volleyball stadium at his alma mater, the University of Southern Mississippi, where his daughter played the sport. A former
UC Miss or whatever, you use their money to...
Director of Mississippi's welfare agency, John Davis, has now pleaded guilty to federal and state charges for funds meant for the poorest families in what is the poorest state in the U.S. Text messages in a state court filing have shown Davis, Favre, and former Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant and others worked together to help secure millions in state money to build that stadium, which was a pet project of the former Super Bowl champion.
God.
Joining me now here is ABC News contributor and host of the Law and Crime Network, Brian Buckmar. Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, Gio.
So listen, one of those text messages from 2017.
I'm going to send this to my friends. Brett. Stole welfare money.
By Mississippi Today. Let's go ahead and show that to you. It shows that Brett Favre asked the head of a nonprofit handling welfare funds, quote, if you were to pay me, is there any way that the media could find out where it came from and how much? So given the evidence in the scandal, could Favre end up facing charges?
So we haven't gotten all of the evidence just yet, but what we see so far, there's a potential for charges. What I think the DOJ is going to do is probably take the people who have already pled guilty, that being Nancy New, who pled guilty last in April, and as you said, John Davis, who just pled guilty. We have the text messages, but we don't have the conversations behind closed doors. John Davis has already said he's going to cooperate. With more information, I think
Brett.
may be a strong case.
Brett.
They may actually press forward, but right now
you broke our hearts, Brett. Not Brett.
So what is that legal defense for Favre even?
He was such a Chad, but now he's a Brett.
can look like in a case like this, bro.
Don't be a Brett.
Do not look at the type
Don't
of
be a
person.
Brett, it's just
do not
not
look
Chad.
At, like, Rick Scott, for example.
my
That
God.
person.
Don't be Brett, it's just not Chad. Oh my God. Why are you doing this? Please stop doing this. Please stop doing whatever stupid ass retarded ass bullshit your fucking keyboard or Windows is on. Please stop whatever it is you're doing. There you go, you stupid piece of shit. Can you type yet? You can't, huh? If I type here, nope, you can't, huh? Tried that. Did that work? Are you on some other weird thing? No, you just really don't want to type. Is it YouTube? I think it is YouTube. I don't know. Maybe a key's stuck or something. I don't know what you're doing, stupid piece of shit. What are you doing? There you go, stupid cocksucking piece of shit software developer. We all know it's you. We all know you caused this. It's like, let me type now. Let me type. Stupid piece of shit developer. Anyway, so what was I saying here? Oh no. Oh no, Brett. It's so not Chad of you. Oh my God. Now I'm just gonna leave it out.
And who was investigated and never really saw any serious criminal repercussions for doing Olympic level Medicare fraud is an American senator, is an American it was the governor of Florida, right? Like, I can't even speak about Rick Scott without everybody going, be careful. My point is, investigate and prosecute everybody, okay? Do not try to hyper focus on like, oh, this is an immigrant problem. I don't want this to happen at all. I want it across the board investigated. Okay? That's it. This is not whataboutism. This is consistency. Having said that, the coverage that you will see here has some correct elements, like some real elements that are alarming and are suspicious.
Thieves.
And may even tie back into the investigations that were already
The hat is actually so funny. Thieves.
being conducted in Minneapolis specifically. But you will very quickly understand why the coverage takes this weird turn.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry. I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question.
Yeah, nuisance streaming turned tuned up to 11 at this point, by the way. This is like, I'm seeing a lot of dangers here.
Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses. So much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia, like the
Do you see why I said? Do you see why I said he's just kind of not very smart? Like, he's
not smart.
Like, it's not even like I'm not even making fun of him because he's like a conservative or something, or at least portraying himself as a conservative or something. Like, he just genuinely is not very intelligent.
Shabab and others enrich themselves all at the U.S. taxpayers' expense. And in this video, we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation.
This is always the same thing. It's always the same meta. You go to an area that is in the news, right? And you go with like a very obvious political purpose, like you have a political agenda, okay? If this investigation is to be conducted in a serious manner, I'm all with you. I'm right there with you. I love when ProPublica does shit like this, right? I love when Democracy Now! Or Dropsite News or numerous other independent news outlets actually take the time and go and properly investigate fraudulent activities such as this one. Okay, I cover those reporters all the time. These reporters don't exclusively cover, you know, liberal positions or leftist positions either. They just look at crime taking place and they uncover it and they investigate it. Okay, but they do it in a professional manner. And the reason why these investigations should be conducted in a professional manner is because if you do it in an unprofessional manner, specifically to cut propaganda for the Republican administration, you end up actually harming the actual investigators, the prosecutors that are looking into the situation. This is what I like to call the pedo hunter phenomena, right? The pedo hunter phenomena. When you actually do not take seriously pedophilia and the criminal investigations that must be conducted very carefully around child predators, you end up allowing a lot of child predators to roam free. And you're doing it in that situation for content purposes. And it's disgusting, okay? Vigilantism unironically ends up harming the actual procedures that must take place for justice to be served. Okay, if your goal is sensationalization, if your goal is clout, if your goal is to cut propaganda specifically for, you know, JD Vance or whatever, then you're going to end up not doing the best kind of investigation. The thing is, he doesn't do investigative journalism. His video is barely above TMZ level. In fact, TMZ has superior methodology and ethics, which says a lot about Nick Shirley. Yeah, of course. And I think this is one of the unfortunate downsides of the independent media dominance that's taking place, right? There's a lot of good that has come out of this. And there are a lot of wonderful investigative reporters. There's a lot of awesome news outlets.
I'm gonna turn off the lights and get into the sci-fi. I'll be right back. And
the internet and also independent commentary and independent journalism in general. But there's also the downsides of it, where you do the whole, like, I'm doing my own research, and then you focus not on the actual criminality or the crime. You focus more so on you focus more so on just like how Somali this style of crime actually is.
I love turning all the lights off and just playing Starfield. So
firsthand.
The colors are good in this game.
Let's get into this and be prepared to be shocked. How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved.
Nobody stole $8 billion from Michigan, you idiot.
I'm sort of in the heart of
I just
all of
don't
this
believe
fraud.
that. Maybe.
And I would see these child care centers. I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day. And all I
white people would have noticed.
David does not have credentials. He's a concerned citizen, and this is another part of the issue here. Okay, because he's basically delegating the task of digging into this information to random concerned citizen from the neighborhood. Okay, this is again the Tyler Oliveira method. Like, you're supposed to be doing that. Okay, proper investigative reporting dictates that what he's telling you right now, you're supposed to be doing on your own. Okay, you're supposed to be doing you're supposed to be digging deep into the files, the data, going to the local government, and then verify. Or even if you get this information from, you know, some random Midwestern guy, you should probably verify it, right?
I see a couple of guys standing out front smoking, and then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office.
This will radicalize
therapy,
people
whatever it
so
might be.
bad and cause
And I
problems
said,
in
well,
our
how
country.
many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. Nobody from the state of
No, they
Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
Oh.
So right here we have all this paperwork.
By the way, there was already a audit that took place, like a professional audit that took place. Here's from Minneapolis Post. State government. What we learned from the audit of Minnesota's child care assistance program: no suitcase full of cash, but plenty of baggage. These are programs that have been audited on numerous occasions. Minnesota's legislative auditor released on Wednesday a long-awaited investigation into a subsidy that helps low-income parents afford child care, and it was a doozy. Fraud, fighting among state workers, failed policies and subpoenas all made their way into the report's 64 pages. Naturally, state lawmakers from the two major companies used it to draw a completely separate conclusion on a program that became a 2018 campaign issue when a sensational television story tied fraud in child care centers to terrorist organizations in Somalia, something that Nick Shirley brought up in the beginning. But one of the key things that they found was that there was no actual evidence of a connection between the state's child care assistance program and Al-Shabaab or other terrorists. Okay, having said that, they did actually find a litany of issues. This is precisely the reason why this story has never really gone away, and it's something that local reporters, independent reporters, and investigators have looked into over and over again since 2019. And of course, remember, this is 2019. What happened in the end of 2019? COVID-19, which also accelerated this sort of fraudulent activity by 1,000,000%, and not just in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but all around the country. One of the biggest examples of this, of course, is the PPP loan frauds that took place. Over $200 billion in pandemic business loans appear to be fraudulent, a watchdog says. This is an investigation from an independent watchdog from June 27, 2023. Of the $1.2 trillion in federal aid dispersed on an emergency basis to small businesses during the pandemic, at least $200 billion, or 17%, have gone to scammers. That's the latest, most complete assessment of the potential fraud by the Office of Inspector General of the Small Business Administration, which oversaw the disbursement of the aid. Now, all of those loans were basically forgiven. They were not supposed to be forgiven. They were supposed to actually have better interest rates if and only if you actually paid the employees and engaged in disbursement like you claimed you would, but many people did not do that, and yet they had their loan forgiveness. Now, that's a much larger number than we're talking about, even though, ironically enough, I'm willing to bet that a certain percentage of the Minneapolis child care fraud scheme that they're talking about most likely came from that as well. Okay? So just understand. A claim that the state was defrauded of $100 million could not be proven. The same goes for payments to terrorists. Last May, Fox 9 ran an investigation that claimed fraud in the child care program was rampant and perhaps even as high as $100 million a year. And not only that, but the initials. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that's very frustrating, right? You literally cannot find a single mainstream article about the Minnesota fraud. Not even one. This is utter bullshit. Not only am I showing you one of the actual investigations that took place all the way back in 2019, but the notion that no one was in the mainstream was actually covering this news story is idiotic. Of course they were. This is objectively a falsehood. The problem here, of course, is that on the right, nobody ever gets punished for lying like this. If you lie in a politically biased direction, no one ever checks you on that lie. No one ever actually even chooses to look into whether or not there's truth to this statement. This is genuinely frustrating, okay? So that's number one. How is it that a simple guy with a camera can uncover $110 million in a fraud in a single day, but a giant billion-dollar media organization behind the glass door somehow missed it for years? It's not that they couldn't find it, it's that they wouldn't, okay? This idea that mainstream news in the United States of America and in the Western world in general, because there are similar examples to what we talked about with like the grooming gangs in the UK, the notion that like police, investigators, independent auditors, and numerous other people are too woke to properly and adequately investigate the types of fraud that's taking place in Minneapolis, because it's Somali Americans conducting this fraud, is insane. The idea that mainstream media is refusing to cover it because of some woke reason is also insane, and it's also untrue. Okay, this got 19,000 likes. Kathy Young replied and said, "How is it that you're a liar and yet your bullshit spreads like wildfire? It is because a lie can go halfway around the world before the truth can tie its laces." Okay, to get up and report on it. Key questions about Minnesota's fraud schemes. Tim Walz can't admit the downsides of too much welfare. Opinion: welfare fraud is far too common. This is just from the Washington Post. Of course, there are plenty of people, especially major media, that already despise welfare to begin with and want to cut welfare to begin with. Dave Weigel says, "The initial New York Times story ran on 11:30 and definitely supercharged interest in the scandal. Wasn't simplistic either. Included both Garland DOJ bringing the fraud cases and the feeding our future scammers crying racism when they got investigated." So not only was the investigation covered, even the fact that the defense against that investigation featured the actual scammers crying foul by claiming this is actually racist scrutiny, not dissimilar to what we saw in the BLM stuff as well. In the BLM philanthropic structure for the international organization, there were a lot of people who kept saying, "Oh, this is really racist that people care about BLM." I was not one of those people. If you recall, I said BLM as a movement is valid, is correct, but the BLM organization was definitely getting up to some very improper shit. A lot of people yelled at me for it at the time. They said I was racist. They said I was white supremacist for this take as well. Just so you know, while white supremacy is a real construct and certainly harms non-white people with regular frequency, there are definitely going to be instances where scammers are falsely claiming white supremacy in an effort not to have people investigate their shit. Now, does that actually matter to the investigators? I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so at all. I find it really strange that people will make it seem like cops are letting or prosecutors are letting people go because they're afraid of being called racist. This happens in the fantasies and in the minds of racist people in general. Was that a real thing that in the Minneapolis fraud case was deployed by the people that were perpetrating the criminal acts of fraud? Absolutely. How much success did it have is insane, okay? How much success that counter had is, I think, the part of the hysteria in this conversation. The hysteria is the notion that cops and investigators and prosecutors were actually being too woke.
And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research, and then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years, and so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state capitol.
All this paperwork right here, what are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two child cares listed at the same address, and together they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these child care centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never had any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people...
I need you guys to understand something, by the way. This is very nefarious propaganda. It's not just like anti-black, anti-Muslim, anti-Somali, claiming that every single person, claiming that fraud is almost entirely done by, these pesky Somalis, right? These scary Somalis. All Somalis are responsible for welfare fraud. But the other side, this is a double Monty. The other side of this issue is that it is very anti-welfare. So this is perfect for even a lot of capitalists who will claim to be anti-racist, but actually despise government spending on any sort of welfare initiatives, and will take advantage of this news story to say, see, the reality of the matter is there's a lot of fraud taking place at welfare. We just have to cut it. We just have to cut welfare. Nothing we can do about it. Okay?
The state of Minnesota, the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation, and a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 20.
What are the comments looking like on this vid? Are people buying this shit? Oh, absolutely. The beauty of people like Nick Shirley and even Tyler Oliveira initially is that they get to present themselves as totally independent and not right-wing at all. They get to present themselves as, like, you know, guys who basically took on the mantle of real investigative reporting because nobody would, not realizing that these guys are not apolitical at all. As a matter of fact, they're basically cutting propaganda for J.D. Vance, cutting propaganda for the Trump administration.
Yep.
That's the problem. I'm just asking questions, and I'm finding a lot of fraud here will play a major role. Now, for the record, in terms of like a sequence of mass fraud taking place in not just Minneapolis but all around the country, especially at the point of like taking money from government initiatives, and instead of actually reappropriating those funds to things that matter, to improving the lives of the people who are less fortunate, who desperately need said funds. Is it lining up people's pockets? Of course it is. This happens all the time. It's completely unacceptable, and it's good to actually punish the people who are engaging in this. So my criticism of this sort of commentary is twofold. One, because it's like inherently anti-welfare propaganda, because the heavily implied through line throughout the videos like this is basically that like welfare is bad and we need to cut it, and it justifies the right-wing position, the right-wing framing, which isn't to fix the problem, tackle the fraudulent aspects, and make sure that people who have engaged in this sort of welfare fraud are criminalized, punished, and then it never happens again. And we make sure that we reappropriate the funds adequately so that people actually get the help that they desperately need. But it goes along with the anti-welfare propaganda that Republicans are constantly trying to cut. Okay, the bad thing is the fraud. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's a black person doing the fraud. It doesn't matter if it's a white person doing the fraud. You have to be anti-fraud. Okay, the bad thing is not that it's Somalis doing the fraud. The bad thing is not that there is. The bad thing is not welfare in general that sometimes leads to people engaging in fraudulent activities off of the funds that they're getting from the government inappropriately. Okay? The crime is the crime no matter who's doing it, and it should be investigated and it should be punished. Ironically enough, and especially in this instance, in Minneapolis, they have been investigating it. Now, do I trust the current administration to conduct a proper and thorough investigation and actually find every single person that is responsible for it? Not necessarily. Unfortunately, with less confidence.
Wow. So I am recalling, I remember that there was a healthcare company that I worked for called, oh God, Abbey Home Care. Yeah, Abbey Home Care. I worked for this company, Abbey Home Care, Colorado, right? Abbey Home Care, right? Abbey Care, right? No, Abbey Care probably is a different company. This isn't them, right? This is I don't know. Maybe they're still around. I don't know. But like, okay, so Wow. I wonder if they have this in Washington. I won't tell my story because I think it was a lie. I think what was told to me is a lie. No, I'm looking for like home care, Washington. Like, I wonder if there is something like this. For senior disabled home care culture, local aging and disability resources, or home and community services, HCS, community living connections for personal guidance, Medicaid, COPES. What is COPES? Washington COPES. What's COPES? What's COPES? Service scores. No, I misspelled. COPES. What's that? So it's also like an addiction therapy thing. Family Caregiver Alliance. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for photos like homage. Okay, so Family Caregiver Alliance. Let's look at that. Who received their care, right? So, the mission of the student policy would have received their care, right? Caring for another, caring for yourself. Oh, the Aging and Long-Term Support Administration. Oh, well, it's cool. Resources. Hi, kitty. Are you hungry? I've got to feed my cat.
FBI with less confidence in our prosecutors, with less confidence in our investigators. It's more and more vigilante justice is going to be enacted. And the issue here in the long term is that the vigilante justice clickbaiters, unfortunately will have a hard time conducting a proper and thorough investigation, and it actually might muddy the waters. It actually might allow some of these criminals to get away.
2 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about
sissy.
this.
Hi, sissy.
Wait, what is this?
Are you
Hassan,
hungry? I'll
with
get
love
you
of
dinner.
frustration,
You want
you really
dinner?
have no clue how convoluted,
Din for kitty
confusing
now?
getting shit like SSI is. That
Din
$50 you don't
din
report that
din for
grandma
kitty
gives you, that's
time?
fraud. Saying prosecuted all when you don't know how
Yeah,
these
is it
systems
din
is rigged is
time?
frustrating.
Din
Please
time
do
for
more
kitty
research. No.
time?
No. You're misunderstanding something incredibly important
kitty.
here. And I talk about it all the time. Fraud, whether it be
Purr, purr,
Medicare
purr,
fraud
purr, purr, purr.
or Medicaid fraud or any kind of welfare fraud, is never conducted at the individual level. It's always systemic. Individuals might be responsible for this fraudulent activity, Rick Scott being a great example of this, but they're doing it, they're responsible in the sense that they are tasked with governing the main agency or main body or the healthcare provider that is doing the fraud, okay? This kind of stuff is institutional. And unfortunately, because when there is not a lot of exhaustive resources that these regulators have, they go after grandma and grandpa for what they consider to be fraud. It's the same principle behind the IRS. The IRS goes after small business owners because they can't go after the billionaires, okay? They don't have enough money and they don't have enough power to go after the billionaires, and it's much easier to go after the small business owners that are doing like low-level fraud, for example, or low-level tax evasion. And it's the same principle here as well. You don't go after the actual business owners, or rather, the actual business owners that are conducting this kind of fraud with regular frequency get away scot-free because they have high-powered attorneys that they can pay millions and millions of dollars to make sure that they evade any sort of legal scrutiny in the process. That's why I keep going back to Rick Scott over and over again. Not only free, but also working as a legislator to continue legalizing the exact type of criminal activities that he was supposed to be punished over. Okay? Do you understand? I'm a healthcare, specifically Medicare specialist in Twitch chat. You done now, bruh? What do you mean? The guys that are responsible for this kind of thing, the guys that have been investigated and charged for any sort of welfare fraud in Minneapolis, are not like random people that were getting money and then random aunts and uncles that were getting money and then like giving it to their children and then not reporting.
No, she's ready to be fed. She's like,
they were like low.
You mentioned food. I bribed you with purrs. No, I want my food. She's demanding food now. She's like, transactions over, pay me. I gave you sex, give me money. And it's like, it's just crazy, kitty. You're such a kitty. You're such a transactional kitty. You're like, food now. All right, fine, I'll feed you. You doing, little kitty? Are you hungry? You a hungry kitty? Oh, I love my kitty. Yes, I do. I love my kitty. Yes, I do. Hello, sissy. You know that sound? That means I'm giving you food. Yeah, it means I'm giving you food right now, sissy. She's like, why are you talking so loud? Because I don't care, kitty. I don't care. I own this house. I'm the owner and I can talk to you if I want. Sissy. Let me get you some water. Okay, fresh water for kitty. She's got a clean box, clean water, clean food, good life, good happy kitty. She came and cuddled for like 5 minutes until the transaction was over and she was fed.
Level
now, you know,
what
I kind of like that. I logged out of Starfield. Son of a bitch, where was I? What was I doing? Did I save? I don't know if I saved. Go back in.
Considered like a low-level offense that under most circumstances would require like a lot of leniency in the sentencing. These are people who were directly funneling they were directly funneling government funds, state funds and federal funds into their pockets without actually having those funds properly allocated to the services they were supposed to provide. That part is fraudulent activity. It's criminal behavior. They should be punished.
Knows they're writing the checks.
But they're businesses, they're organizations that are doing this, not individuals. Like it's not grandma and grandpa.
The Democrats are writing the checks. The Democrats are writing the checks.
It's a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud. And they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime? What do you...
In every state.
What are you doing? This is...
the other side of this is like this is also very directed at Tim Walz as well. It's like a very anti-Tim Walz thing. I love how Tim Walz is responsible for anyone who commits a crime in the state, but Elon is not responsible for the hundreds of thousands of deaths he knew would happen after he destroyed U.S. aid. Of course not. It's not Donald Trump that's responsible. In the eyes of these people, Donald Trump is never responsible, for example. Donald Trump can only be failed, okay? Donald Trump cannot fail. He can only be failed, you know? That's just how it is. Like, and is there a duty for Tim Walz as the governor to adequately, to ensure that there's like adequate prosecution? Absolutely, okay? Absolutely. Does he have a responsibility on this? I think so. Yeah, I do. Good czar, bad boyars. Yeah.
Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only that, but Walz is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole and I look at fraud, the Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history. Anywhere.
We're going to go confront these people. We're going to go
what?
To the daycare center.
You fucking idiot.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence, we headed out to the streets
exceptionally
of Minneapolis
violent
to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon.
Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually two daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako.
You missed the violent Somalis. Is that what you said?
Careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now with all of David.
Exceptionally. What is this? I don't even like Nick. I'm not a fan of Nick, but those of you hating on him are completely wrong. You're probably incredibly naive. I don't even like Nick. Brother, you're just describing to us that the propaganda is working for you, okay? There is a... I don't think people understand. I don't think anyone in this community, I certainly am not doing this, and I don't think anyone in this community is actually saying, oh, dude, let the Somalis do fraud, okay? No one's saying that. Please understand. I am in favor 100% of criminally prosecuting anyone and everyone, regardless of their background, regardless of their ethnic background, regardless of their immigration status, to be properly charged, investigated, and then hopefully criminally convicted. Can you debunk this? No, a big part of, again, conspiracy theories require a kernel of truth or good propaganda necessarily, because this is not even technically a conspiracy theory. There are conspiratorial elements in it, like with the extension of this crime being this crime happening with every single Somali person, okay? But the point is the point is they're not investigating the actual corruption. They're using the actual corruption investigation to investigate the entire community, okay?
It's evidence we headed out to the streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we could uncover in one afternoon.
Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Child Care, which actually has another child care registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,000.
What are they investigating? What are they quote unquote investigating? They're investigating whether or not these are actual real businesses or real child care centers, or they're simply getting money from both the federal government and the state government, and not actually providing the services they are claiming that they're providing. Okay? Now, part of the problem with this investigative reporting, and this is the issue when you are not a credible reporter, is that if you agree with the framing here, if you agree with the framing, you're going to look at this and go, this is the best investigative reporting of all time. If you call it into question, people will say, why do you want fraud to take place? That's not the case. My argument here is that you have to be a real investigative reporter, or at least engage in investigative reporting in a way where you clearly are presenting an unbiased narrative and not simply right-wing propaganda that dictates that this kind of fraud is only happening at the hands of Somalis that are living in Minneapolis, and that it's happening because welfare is bad. If you do that, then I can't take your investigative, quote-unquote investigative reporting seriously.
$1,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually two daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million.
Like, here, I'll give you one example. Even if this business itself is improper, right? It is fraudulent. The irony is the way that they arrive at that conclusion, or the way that they build that narrative, is by talking about SOS filings and showing that like the same place has two different filings. You have umbrella corporations that are a part of the same exact the same exact company. For example, you can have numerous filings for the same business. This doesn't automatically imply that there is fraud happening there, okay? There could be in this circumstance, but the very fact that you arrived at that conclusion or the very fact that you are that ratio, bud, what ratio? Why do people come in here and say stuff like this? Because it derails you, probably.
$1 a year, and there are no children. Every facility you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in. There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell?
So the other part of the problem here is, again, purely on the basis of like conducting real reporting on this matter, which is, again, a very serious crime, that needs to have a proper, cohesive investigation. A proper investigation is necessary in this circumstance. But if you just like leave it up to random guy with a YouTube channel, I don't know if he's going in the middle of the day. I don't know if he's going in the afternoon. I don't know if he's like going at a time where this business actually has like children in it. And there's no way to confirm when you are doing it in a way where, I don't know if he's going on the weekend, when you have no way of like seeing the verifiable truth here, and it's like very clearly a one-sided bias framing. Even if there is truth to the overall, the overarching criminal fraudulent activity, there is a likelihood of spreading that to random businesses that aren't actually engaging in the criminal activity. Do you understand? And of course, a lot of people will just simply say, holy cope. This is not cope. I'm telling you how this is supposed to be conducted. As someone who works with investigative reporters with regular frequency, you will never find a person that will say this kind of investigation is properly conducted. We went to a random local who had issues, and we didn't cross-reference the information that they have. We didn't cross-reference the information that they had at all, and we didn't do a thorough investigation into the claims being made at all, and we just simply went there. Who knows at what time? Who knows at what place? Who knows if it's over the weekend or not? You know what I mean? Who knows what the situation is in terms of like when they're going there? You are coping hard, guilty until proven innocent. Exactly. That's it. And the craziest part about this is that it's even more dangerous to do this with real crimes that are taking place, because then you have the capacity to ruin an active investigation that's taking place potentially. Okay?
Try to get in, rang the doorbell, nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids. So where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here? And it's like this every single day. I've never seen a single child here. In 9 years, I've never seen a single child at this building. Right there.
Oh, then now...
But the facts don't care about your feelings. 250 million gone, 0 kids fed, physically impossible numbers. Trying to deflect to Florida is a weak-ass move. You're not standing up for a community. You're just a useful idiot for people who stole from their own people. Stay mad. My barber ruined my hair, 450 KR. Brother, what are you saying? Please point to me at any given moment where I've said that this kind of welfare theft is appropriate. Please point to a single time where I've said that any sort of welfare theft is appropriate. It's not a deflection at all. I don't know why people do this. And then also, this is ChatGPT. Once again, 100% ChatGPT. I'm losing my mind. You have decided that I, as someone who cares about welfare programs, want there to be fraudulent activity. You made that up in your mind. And instead of trying to understand where I'm coming from and what I'm saying about the way that this investigation was conducted, regardless of the veracity of the claims being made, you have decided, oh no, you're just, you're just mad because you want Somalis to keep stealing welfare or something. Okay?
Oh, it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children? Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the next location.
And the fraud only gets more from here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota.
And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at
the flag of Minnesota
state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip.
What does the state flag have to do with this?
Oh,
you
I'm
fucking
so glad that there is
idiots.
like a tremendous apolitical
idiot.
commentary being done here. You know, the apolitical
Oh,
investigators
look, the flag,
are on
the
it.
flag, yeah.
Now let's get back into the video. Now we're going to the next daycare center. How much money has this one generated?
This one, in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,000.
By the way, that was democratically voted on, okay? And I'm pretty sure the person who designed it is not even a Somali person at all. It's so ridiculous, though. What the does the flag have to do with anything? What does the flag have to do with anything? This is similar to how you talk about heart surgery or driver's license can be described as nefarious. I know it's a big part of right-wing commentary is to be like, well, I can't, you know, I can't walk into this area. This is suspicious. It's like there could be a million different reasons for it. Yeah, Minnesota had a flag redesign. Okay, Minnesota had a flag redesign competition, and a bunch of people actually put up their designs. I like the former crest, by the way. The new Minnesota flag adopted in May includes symbols specific to Minnesota and was not inspired by Somalia. The flag's designer and a flag expert advisor on the redesign told Reuters. This is just like racism-induced schizophrenia, for the record. Students raised concern about Minnesota's previous flag design in 2017. Peak woke. Concerns were shared by vexillologists who advised on the new design. The Minnesota State Emblems Redesign Commission, established in 2023 by a state house bill, presented its design for a new state flag. The old flag of Minnesota violated every principle of good flag design. Brian Cham, a North American Vexillological Association member who advised the CERC, said in an email, I hate that. Including the name of the place on its flag is lazy. It can be read while waving, and it almost seems like an admission that the flag is so unrecognizable that it needs to be labeled. Oh my God, vexillologists. Oh God, flag autists are literally... Anyway, whatever. I'm not even going to get into the vexillologists and the smoke I have for them. Luckily, they will never touch my beautiful California state flag. If they do, I will fight for it tooth and nail. Okay? I hate the minimalist flag design. I think it's lame as hell. I cannot, I get so annoyed. That's a totally separate thing that I get angry at, unjustifiably, potentially. Anyway, there was a competition. There was a winning flag design. Minnesota resident Andrew Precker's submission to the CERC's design contest inspired the final flag design. In an email, Precker said his design drew inspiration from the state's history and culture. The dark blue field is the shape of Minnesota, and the light blue field represents the significance of the water in the state. The 8-point star represents the North Star, which is also the state motto, L'Étoile du Nord, as seen on the floor in the state capitol's rotunda. Cham said the new flag exemplifies all principles of good flag design. And when people say, oh, the old flag was actually representative of like land theft and genocide, okay. But that's not the reason. That's not the reason why they wanted to fucking replace it with this. The reason why they wanted to replace it with this is because it's too busy. They hit it from a vexillologist angle, not even from the racism angle. And that's why I hate it. I think it's fine to have busy flag design, okay? I don't think we should be held captive by vexillologists and their intense desire to make all flags look as simple as possible.
You got it. You killed it.
Hassan, you don't know shit about flags, lol. Whatever, dude. I had no idea flag people were this intense. Oh, you don't understand. Anyway, the point is, it has nothing to do with Somalia, okay? That is just something that an insane conspiracy theorist cooked up. And now we have to deal with it, because when the most insane person comes up with a conspiracy theory, especially one that is racialized, there are a fuck ton of people who go, yeah, that must be right. That must be right. That's probably the case. Hassan is pro complicated street signs. No, there's a difference between a flag and a complicated street sign. What are you talking about? When is the last time you looked at a flag to indicate anything but like where you're at? It's what? God damn it. I'm gonna keep yelling at my chat over the Anyway, let's continue.
$78. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally 1 block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Like, normally, the way the normal way to conduct this investigation is one, to obviously verify the information.
Let me have the children in the daycare.
Concerned
It's like
citizen,
so
right?
weird.
Let's say you get a random tip from a concerned citizen. You're supposed to verify it with the state. You're supposed to verify it with like investigators. Call up the police. Call up like local law enforcement. Identify in the past state prosecutors or investigators that have actually conducted investigations into fraudulent activity at these sorts of like child care centers, right? You're supposed to go to the licensing board. And then after that, you are supposed to call them up individually or try to figure out if there's actually any sort of fraudulent activity taking place over a long and extended period of time. You can't just like roll up randomly in the middle of the day with a camera and meta glasses to be like, can I see your children? Are there children inside?
Can I see the children?
What the are they supposed to know? They don't know if you're a creep or a pervert. You look like a pervert. Whether or not there are actual children in there or not doesn't even change that reality. Like,
can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey.
Yeah, I like that they were saying, like, there were chatters who were defending this, being like, well, he tried to check in his kid. Really, dude? Put yourself in the shoes. Let's say this is a real business. Let's say it's not illegitimate, right? It could be, it could not be. I'm not saying that this is a legitimate business. But if it was a legitimate business and someone rolls up with meta glasses on deck with another guy that you may or may not have seen around your kindergarten with regular frequency constantly yelling about where the kids are, you're gonna be like, no, get the out of here.
Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which says it's licensed for 74 kids, was paid $1.26.
Also, I hope you guys understand, there were multiple investigations and visits to this facility. Yeah, you can look it up on the licensing. Why is it not clickable? But the other side of this is like, you guys understand why this shit is dangerous, right? Because now you got not one guy, but a million other guys who are gonna be like, oh, I can't wait to go to Minneapolis and harass every kindergarten. Go outside of every kindergarten with my camera. Okay? This creates copycats and mass harassment. There is a reason why we say vigilante justice and decentralized acts of violence in circumstances or like adventurism is bad, because it just completely destroys whatever social fabric existed that is necessary for normal civilized existence. Do you understand? DHS is aware of a systems issue that is preventing some newly completed documents from posting as required. This is the license holder for ABC Learning Center. There have been numerous licensing reviews, right? 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. That was the one that they went to last. Total capacity is 40, no restrictions whatsoever. And let's see what the last potential violations were on the outcome of the visit. Licensing review 11/7/2025. Children's records. The individual child care program for a child with a known allergy did not contain all required items. The program did not have enough information about a child's known allergy. Facility electrical outlets were not tamper-proof or shielded. Menus did not comply with their nutritional requirements. Cribs were not checked annually against the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's websites of listings of unsafe cribs. Written parental permission had not been obtained for administering medicine or topical products. Children did not have daily access to all interest areas. Staff did not supervise the children at all times. All staff did not complete the ongoing training requirements. And the program did not comply with individual child care plan, program plan requirements. This literally means that while there are issues with this kindergarten, seemingly through this investigation, we have found out that there are actually still children that are being cared for. Because obviously, if there wasn't any children being cared for, I suspect that they would probably bring that up in the violations. No, you know, it's a bad daycare, but it's still a daycare, it seems. I worked for an ABC Learning Center in Washington. It's real. They're a chain of learning centers across the nation. Yeah, because remember, this is not a YouTuber, right? Apparently, one of the daycares is permanently closed, and he blurred out the paper that said so. There's a difference between a proper investigation being conducted that is comprehensive and actually finds issues, okay, with a national chain of daycares like ABC Learning Center, that obviously due to the profit motive, I suspect, and due to underfunding, I suspect is going to still have a litany of complications, but ones that can be addressed and is not as like world ending as there are no children there, right? But do you see the difference between a professional investigation that was conducted during the licensing review versus random YouTuber walking out there and being like, I didn't see any kids here, so it must be fake. It must not be a real place. Do you understand?
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Like that's not an investigation. That doesn't say children were there, does it? Brother, they do in-person investigations. Unless there is a much larger, much more consequential scheme at play here, where the actual state officials in the Department of Human Services in the state of Minnesota are in on the scheme. No, these violations are really bad. We shouldn't be standing for licensing stuff like this. I didn't say that, dude. Oh my God. You do understand there is a entire world, an entire universe between these guys have no children there whatsoever versus there are a litany of complications with some of the standards that they need to apply, that they have been warned for, versus there's no children there at all. Children did not have daily access to all interest areas, or staff did not supervise the children at all times, implies that there are children there. They are just not being supervised sufficiently. And not only that, but they also applied a correction documentation. They submitted it and it got approved. Like this immediately, guys, don't kill the party, please. What is this? This immediately disproves the main point that he's driving home, which is that there's no children there. Okay? Because if there were no children there, then there would be no way to figure out whether or not they were actually supervising the children at all times or not. Do you understand? And before people say, oh, you're defending these like violations. No, I'm not. I'm not defending these violations at all. I am, however, understanding of like all of the litany of complications that come along with something as like as stringently investigated as like you know, this sector that is like, this is far more the investigations that they do into licensing of like child care specifically is far more stringent than even like the elderly care. Like that is there are so many instances of abuse and exploitation is so predatory. Like elderly care is far worse. Okay, You're making excuses for them, even though you're right 99.9% of the time and have the moral high ground with most of your beliefs. This naivete will cause people to never trust, again, anything you say. I understand your worries about copycats, and yeah, this Shirley guy sucks ass, but it's a legitimate issue to investigate. Because this is a legitimate issue to investigate, I think it should be thoroughly investigated and not made a mockery of for a biased propagandist purpose from a YouTuber who has no interest in actually properly and sufficiently investigating it. That is the reason why I'm getting mad. I agree with that. No, you don't, because you clearly don't have the mental fortitude to understand that that is the point I'm making over and over again and consistently reiterating it.
Where can I?
Anyway, let's get back to the other one.
Now we're going to